Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to USC Aiken as the USC Aiken Pacers will take on Young Harris in Game 1 of a doubleheader.
And Young Harris comes in the game nationally ranked at 28 and 14 overall, while the Pacers are dropped the last couple of games and they're 23 and 13 on the season.
And the first two pitches are missing the strike zone. Or not. It's a 1-1 count. There's a ground ball to short. Quick throw over to first in time for the first out.
Now batting number 8, Hannah Harrison.
That'll bring up Hannah Harrison, the number 2 batter for Young Harris.
And Harrison comes into the game batting .345 on the season. 11 doubles, 3 triples, and 4 home runs.
She comes up with nobody on and 1 down. And watches the first pitch go by for strike 1. The 0-1 is fouled back and out of play for strike 2.
And you have Taylor Morgan in the circle for the Pacers. She comes in the game with a 13-8 overall record, 2.18 ERA. She's already been the workhorse for this team all season long, and she's a couple pitches away from really being about 19 and 2 on the season. Just lost a couple of tough games.
I remember she came in relief and unfortunately picked up the loss in those games a few weeks ago. And those are just tough losses to take.
And she's lost a couple games 1-0, and you can't fault her for only giving up 1 run and the bats can't come through for her squad. But all in all, I mean, she's a dominant player. She's basically number 2 in every single statistical category for USC Aiken in their career history. I mean, just been dominant throughout her career.
The 1-2 count now with 1 down and nobody on. And that pitch is in there for a call, strike 3, and quickly 2 away here in the top of the first.
Now batting number 10, Sarah McGill.
That's going to bring up Sarah McGill, who's coming in the game batting .376 on the season for Young Harris.
First pitch is in there for strike 1. 0-1 the count. A 1 pitch is just going to miss, evens the count at 1-1. That one's going to find the strike zone, and the count now 1-2.
Nice off-speed pitch by Morgan, and she's really got a great command of that pitch and just throws it at the right time, it seems like.
That one high and inside, evens the count once again at 2-2.
You see Chubb walking off the field, almost thinking that's what strike 3.
That one just missing outside, trying to get her to chase after one there. And they'll make the count full. Yeah, Chubb just probably wanted to get ready and start hitting. And that one is going to miss inside. And that'll put a runner on first base.
Now batting number 3, Murphy Davis.
And now with a runner on first, Murphy Davis will step into the box with 2 down.
And she's sitting just a shade under 300 on the season, batting .299, but has 30 RBIs already.
First pitch is in there for strike on another nice off-speed pitch. The 0-1 will be a short little fly ball to short, caught for the final out. So no runs, no hits, 1 left on, going into the bottom of the first with no score. And welcome back, folks. Sarah Monti to lead off for the Pacers, as there's no score here in the bottom of the first inning.
Monti comes in the game batting .377 on the season. Has 5 home runs and 23 RBIs. Not bad production at all from your leadoff hitter. She made the switch earlier in the season from the number 2, and then from the number 2 slot, which has basically been in the last 3 years of her career, but having trouble getting the leadoff runner on. So she said, "Let me take that spot," and she's done really well since then.
And that pitch also missing the strike zone, count quickly 2-0.
In the circle is Darby Stanford. Comes into the game with a 1.64 ERA, 21-4 on the season. Really been the Mountain Lions workhorse all season long.
And that pitch finding the strike zone, making the count 2-1.
And she bloops that one into left center field for the first base hit of the game.
So with that, there'll be a runner on first base.
Now batting number 4, Sydney Kate Murphy.
And that's going to bring up
Sydney,
yep.
Sydney K. Murphy coming up.
And, have to make sure that you pronounce all 3 of her names. She's a stickler for her middle name, and it goes well together though.
She shows bunt here, lays down a bunt. And throw to first in time, but Monti advances over to second with one away.
Now batting number 12, Samantha Chubb.
And that's going to bring up senior Samantha Chubb, who's batting .347 this season. Leads the team with 6 home runs and 34 RBIs. Arguably one of the best hitters in USC Aiken history. Only been here 2.5 years and already second on the career list for RBIs with 97. Second in career home runs.
And she'll watch the first pitch go by for ball 1. And she has an opportunity to pad her stats here with a runner on second, only one down. Pitch missing outside, count 2-0.
And if you really can't tell, the wind has been gusting all day long. It's, been blowing in for the most part, probably pretty hard as well.
Hard enough to rock my car around as I was driving up here earlier.
And hard enough to mess up my hair too.
That's a funny one. Ground ball to short. Gonna hold the runner at second, throw to first in time. And now they're 2 away with a runner still on second base.
Now batting number 33, Hannah Price.
That's going to bring up the rookie Hannah Price, who's batting .296 on the season. Was sick for about 2 or 3 weeks in the middle of the year. Still performed, but hitting right under 300 as a freshman is doing pretty well in this league.
First pitch to Price, missing outside for ball 1. The 1-0. That one's going to miss inside. Count now 2-0. Seems like they've started out pretty much every at bat 2-0, but only one on base so far.
And trying to work the outside part of the plate too. They don't want to pitch anything inside at all because they know this is a team that can really turn on the inside pitch. And
so after a short little meeting in the circle, Price will dig back in and await the 2-0 pitch. That one fine in the corner of the plate for strike 1.
And if you're Price, you're not going to swing at anything for right now. I mean, at 2-0, you have to be taking.
Yeah, still a hitter's count. Even think about taking a pitch here on a 2-1. And gonna foul that one off down the first base side, and leaving the count at 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Runner on second. Bottom of the first inning. Still no score. That one in the dirt, and the count now full. Grounder to third. Long throw to first is more than enough in time for the final out. The Pacers leave one stranded on one hit and no runs. We're going in the top of the second, no score. And welcome to the top of the second inning, folks. Grace Body to lead it off for Young Harris, as we still have no score. And the first pitch inside for ball one.
Body's a freshman infielder from Woodstock, Georgia.
Count even now, 1-1. Oh, one pitch is low, and the count now 2-1. Swing and a miss on an off-speed pitch. Evens the count at 2-2. That one's going to be fouled off and out of play. They'll keep the count right where it is.
At least no cars are parked over there today.
And most of the cars over there are far enough away that they run less of a chance of getting hit, as there's a fly ball into right field, and that'll be caught for the first out. And especially with the wind, odds are they're not going to get anything.
Now batting number 11, Chandler Stooksbury.
This can bring up Chandler Stooksbury, who's coming to the game batting .278 on the season.
First pitch finding the outside part of the plate for strike one. And count quickly 0-2 as that one finds the part of the plate.
Excuse me, that's Georgia Webb that's batting right now.
Short little pop fly in foul territory, and Samantha Chubb there to make the catch for the second out.
Now batting number 11, Chandler Stooksbury.
And now Chandler Stooksbury comes to the plate.
You were just predicting the future.
It really helps me to have a lineup in front of me, too.
That's true. First pitch missing outside for ball one.
And this umpire is really not calling the outside pitch at all for either pitcher, which is going to force them to throw it more over the plate. So we should see a little bit more hitting.
And a foul ball there. We're leaving the count at 1-1. 1-1 pitch. Popped up, staying in the infield. And that'll be caught for the third and final out. So still no scores. We're going into the bottom of the second inning.
And coming to play right now for USC Aiken is junior Megan Jean Thrower, batting .258 on the season. Really coming strong though, has 3 home runs and 12 RBIs, most of which have come in the last couple of weeks. And she takes a ball outside.
Here's the 1-0 to Thrower. That one's going to find the outside part of the plate. Evens the count at 1-1. And a call time here for a brief moment. Thrower steps back in and awaits the 1-1 pitch. That one's going to be outside and low. Count now 2-1. Following off an inside pitch to even the count at 2-2. Two-two pitch. Fly ball into left field. That one's going deep, and that one is going to be gone.
And that is really impressive considering how hard the wind is blowing in.
So a solo home run for Megan Thrower, and the Pacers take a 1-0 lead here in the bottom of the second inning.
Now batting number 6, Lindy Dorgan.
And Thrower, that is her 13th career home run, which puts her into tie for 6th place on the career list. She's got a whole another year to go. Probably get to maybe number 2 or 3, depending on everything.
I wouldn't be surprised if she gets there or even takes the top spot.
She'd have to hit about 27 home runs to take the top spot, but you never know. But Lindy Dorgan's going to come to the plate. And she looks to strike on the outside part of the plate.
And the 0-1 pitch. Find the outside part of the plate there, and the count quickly 0-2.
And the pitchers weren't getting that call a moment ago, but now it seems like the outside part of the plate is opened up.
I didn't want to say anything, but now that you've said it.
I mean, it appears that way, but we're a little bit slightly off center from the plate. So
that's true. Look out now, 1-2. And that one missing low and inside. Count now even once again at 2-2.
And Dorgan's a really versatile player. She's playing second base today. She's a pitcher. I mean, she went down and threw a 4-hit shutout against Columbus State recently with a lot of all-speed. I'm not going to say junk pitches, but, I mean, really she works the outside part of the plate, inside, outside, and everything's all speed.
That one fouled off down the right field line. Keeping the count right where it is at 2-2.
And she's from nearby Gilbert, South Carolina.
Two balls, two strikes, nobody out here in the bottom of the first of a 1-0 ball game.
Second.
Bottom of the second, you're right.
It's okay. You're done with your internship hours. I'm not going to fail you anymore.
That's true.
But full count nailed at Oregon.
It's also been a long time. I've been.
It seems like both teams have been away for a couple weeks.
Yeah, both teams. So I haven't had much action to talk about.
We got 2 games today, 2 tomorrow. We got baseball Wednesday, softball, baseball triple-header on Friday, and then baseball Saturday, which is a strikeout cancer game with arthritis, with AOPI.
Ah, yes.
And then come back for senior day on Sunday, a week from tomorrow, over here, and then you have baseball at home.
It's a
Pretty busy week.
Busy couple of weeks coming up. And the 3-2 pitch. A little blooper to short and a jumping catch for the first out. And that will bring up Andrea Daring.
Now batting number 25, Andrea Daring.
Daring comes in the game batting just over 200, has 2 home runs, but her home runs have been a 3-run home run and a grand slam. And her grand slam against Columbus State a week ago helped USC Aiken tie the Peach Belt record for most grand slams in a game with 2. With she and Megan Jean Thrower went yard.
First pitch, finding the upper part of the outside corner for strike 1.
Would that be like zone 9 or something like that?
Sure, why not? The 0-1. That one's outside. Evens the count at 1-1. Swing and a miss on the 1-1 pitch, making the count 1-2.
Now the wind's picking up again, going. I was going to say blowing out, but then as soon as I say that, it starts to blow in.
And wind's all over the place as that pitch misses, evens the count once again at 2-2. That just makes the home run even more impressive because I think at the time of it, it was blowing in from left field.
It was. And she's a strong, strong woman.
2-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. And Timmerman down on strikes.
That was Daring.
That was Daring. Timmerman coming up.
Now batting number 7, Sarah Timmerman.
Timmerman, the freshman from Abbeville, South Carolina.
Pop up there, down third base side, and in foul territory, and caught for the third and final out. But the Pacers get one on the solo shot to take a 1-0 lead as we go into the top of the third.
We are back here in the top of the third inning as Lindsey Tudor leads off for the Mountain Lions. Pacers lead 1-0 after Megan Jean Thrower's solo shot to left field to lead off the second inning.
First pitch missing outside. Count 1-0.
A little bit different lineup in the field today for USC Aiken as you have Jungblut in left, Montine center, Sydney Kate Murphy in right field, moves from shortstop over. From third to first, you have Tubb, Timmerman at short, Dorgan at second now, and Thrower at first. Behind the plate's Daring, and in the circle is Morgan, but a little different as Murphy's moved from shortstop to right field today, and Dorgan and Timmerman both in the infield for the first time all season long, where both of them are playing at the same time.
It's interesting that you do that against a nationally ranked opponent, but I mean, if it works.
And Murphy last year played in the outfield a lot. She came in as a catcher, but she's versatile enough that she's got a really strong arm as well, and a couple missed fly balls and some communication problems in the outfield have said, you know what, we're going to put a seasoned veteran back over there for a couple games and get everything straightened out. And Leah Bogosian's done a great job over there for the most part of the year, but this is a bigger weekend, and so you can understand why he's done a little bit of a tinkering to the lineup as Tudor fouls that one off. And it's 3-2 now. You notice the pitchers are wearing pink jerseys today, and that's earlier this week, fellow USC Aiken student, Kia Gibson, passed away from breast cancer, and so they're just showing the support for her today, for those of you that can tell color and are watching online. I say that because I'm colorblind, so.
What's the first thing you hear when somebody finds out you're colorblind? Is there's a swing and a miss there for strike 3 and the first out. You go up to somebody and tell them that you're colorblind. What's the first thing you hear?
Now batting number 20, Rachel Benson.
I hear a lot. They're like, really? You can't? You seem to match. I'm like, well, I have people that pick up my clothes. As Morgan misses low for that one, ball 1 to Benson.
I thought it would be somebody pointing at some random object. Hey, quick, what color is that? Ground ball to short. And the throw over to first in time for the second out.
Now batting number 23, Jeannie Ferrucci.
And back to the top of the lineup now for Young Harris as Jeannie Perucci comes back to the plate. She grounded short in her first at bat. And a little meeting between the two teams, or not between the two teams, but between the two umpires.
And we're back after a little bit of an equipment malfunction on the home plate umpire. But everything seems to be back in order.
And Perucci's still coming back to the plate.
She comes up with nobody on and 2 down here in the top of the third as she lines one at Chubb, who deflects it. Throw over to first, however, is not in time. So it'll be a base hit with 2 down.
Now batting number 8, Hannah Harrison.
And that'll bring up Hannah Harrison.
And Harrison struck out looking her first time.
First pitch missing for ball 1.
There's times I think that she gets the pitch and I start to say that's a strike and he just raises up and doesn't pull the arm up, so.
And you got that little delay. Swing and a miss there. No need to check with the ump on that as the count's even at 1-1.
Makes my job so much easier when they do that.
That or foul it off. And the 1-1. Fouled off. And not a play. Making the count 1-2.
Back to where some of those cars are over there.
Mm-hmm.
1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs with a runner on first base, but Pacers leading 1-0 here in the top of the third.
Pitch outside. Runner's going to second. The throw is off the mark and not nearly in time. So that'll be a stolen base, putting a runner on second.
And I think it actually hit Perucci.
And I believe it did. But it wasn't traveling that fast, so I'm sure she's okay. The slide probably hurt more. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Runner on second. Top of the third inning. 1-0 the score. And a slow grounder over to first. And Throw will try to take it herself. And they're calling her safe at first. And a run is going to score to tie up the ball game.
Now batting number 10, Sarah McGill.
Swing and a miss there to Sarah McGill, who comes in with a runner on first in a 1-1 ball game.
As the thrower thought that she got the runner out, and the runner from second kept on running. And
There's a liner into left field. That'll drop in for a base hit. And that'll put 2 on with 2 down.
Now batting number 3, Murphy Davis.
That'll bring up Murphy Davis with runners on first and second and 2 away. First pitch is in there for strike 1. The 0-1. Also going to find the strike zone and count quickly 0-2.
good job by Morgan to work the outside part of the plate and the upper half of the zone as well.
That one fouled straight back and out of play. Keeps the count right where it is at 0-2. Another foul ball. And that one missing inside. Count now 1 and 2 after back-to-back foul balls. Fly ball into right center field, and that'll be caught for the third and final out. But Young Harris manages to tie up the ball game at 1 apiece as we go into the bottom of the third inning.
This can bring up Brielle Jungblut leading off the bottom of the third. Number 9 hitter, though.
And that pitch is going to miss for ball 1.
Jungblut batting just over 250 on the season. A lot of sacrifice hits, and we've seen it several times where she'll lay down a ball and be about 3 feet from home plate, and she'll be on first before they can even field it.
And a lot of speed in her as she faces a 1-1 count now after that one misses. And the infield is playing a little bit deeper in from what I usually see. And she'll offer at that one, making the count 1 and 2. Now missing outside, and the count even at 2 and 2. Swing and a miss at that one, and the count is now 0 and 3 as she strikes out for the first out.
Now batting number 13, Sarah Montai.
And that's going to bring up the leadoff hitter, Sarah Montai. This is team in batting, and she singled in the first inning, and it's also her parents' 28th wedding anniversary. So congratulations to them.
Big number. First pitch missing for ball 1. And the 1-0. That one's also going to miss outside. Count now 2-0. And the 2-0 finding the outside part of the plate. And the count now 2 and 1. That one just missing outside for a 3-1 count. Wasn't too sure what he was going to call that one.
Yeah, well, neither. I was just a pitch early. Had it 3-0 at one point, but 3-1 count with 1 out here. Tied up 1 here in the third.
That pitch almost right down the middle, making the count full. There's a ground ball to second. Short throw to first in time for the second out.
Now batting number 4, Sydney Kate Murphy.
This can bring up the sophomore, Sydney Kate Murphy. She laid on a sacrifice bunt in the first inning. Swings at the first pitch and fouls it off.
So an 0-1 count to Sydney K. Murphy with 2 down and nobody on. Thought about offering it that one as it misses outside to even the count at 1-1. One pitch, fouled off, made the count 1-2. There's a little liner into right field. Now drop in for a base hit with 2 outs.
Now batting number 12, Samantha Chubb.
And this can bring up senior Samantha Chubb. She grounded out to shortstop in her first at bat.
So with 2 down and 1 on, Chubb digs in. And the first pitch missing for ball 1.
And the wind is blowing straight in right now, pretty hard as well.
Have to wonder if that may give a little extra, maybe a half a mile an hour boost to the pitch. Of course, what do I know? That pitch misses for ball 2.
Means you have to keep it low if you want to get a base hit in the outfield.
That's true. Any fly ball will just carry right back in.
I mean, it looked like Sydney Kate Murphy's ball should have gone into the gap over there almost for a double, but was held up by the wind.
And the 2-0 missing outside, count now 3-0. Rio pitch finding the outside part of the plate. Count now 3-1.
And every single pitch this at bat has been outside, outside, outside. You definitely don't want to pitch anything inside to Chubb.
That one missing outside, and Chubb will draw the walk.
Now batting number 33, Hannah Price.
we're back after the meeting in the circle by the mountain lions, and Hannah Price is going to step in after she grounded to third to end the first inning.
She has runners on first and second with 2 away here in the bottom of the third of a 1-1 ball game. First pitch missing outside, ball 1.
And the wind that was whipping in just a second ago is, well, I was going to say is blowing out to the left, but then it just switched again, so I think I keep my mouth shut.
And a foul ball there, making the count 1-1. Well, you're not a weatherman, so. Of course, then again, if you were a weatherman, you'd be spot on.
I could be right about 20% of the time and get a raise.
Exactly.
But it's sunny, I can tell you that.
And just like that, the clouds are rolling. Here's the 1-1. That one fouled off. Count now 1-2.
Pretty good crowd out here today, considering that little event that's going on over Augusta this weekend.
I'm not sure I know what you're talking about. There's something going on?
Some type of golf, something or other going on over there, but why watch that when you can watch collegiate softball?
Exactly. 1-2 pitch. Outside evens the count at 2-2. Whatever it is, I'm sure it's not a big deal.
No.
Two pitch. Popped up over to second. And that will be caught for the third and final out. So Pacers unable to get anything done here in the third. We go into the top of the fourth. Still tied at 1. And we are back, top of the fourth inning. Tie score of 1-1 as Young Harris will lead off. Who are they leading off with?
With Body. She flew out to Murphy in the top of the second.
My brain just shut down for a moment there. I'm like, who is at bat right now? I can't see a number. I missed the name. And Body now has a 1-1 count. It's just been one of those days, you know. The count is 2-0, actually. As that one misses inside, count 3-0.
Just one of those days.
That pitch found in the strike zone.
See, I was just a couple pitches early on the.
Just a little bit.
Multitasking is not my specialty sometimes.
I will hear that, and I'll raise you mine, job. As that one's popped up behind the plate and just out of the reach of the infielder.
Yeah, good hustle by Darrington thrower. But more impressive is thrower did not fall down this time. A little bit of an issue sometimes this year, chasing after foul balls, tripping over first base.
Give her a minute. She'll be
falling over a player at first.
Here's the 3-2. That one's fouled off.
But what a great kid.
I can't speak. I don't know her personally, so. It's a fly ball, and it's going to hook foul and out of play. Grounder to third. Chubb with the throw. In time for the first out.
Now batting number 5, Georgia Webb.
Georgia Webb coming to the plate for the Mountain Lions. She popped up to Chubb in her first at bat. Came in the game batting .276 on the season.
And she's going to foul that one off for strike one. Swing and a miss there. Count now 0-2. Foul ball, keeping the count at 0-2. Another foul ball, keeping us right where we are. O2 pitches outside and in the dirt, making the count 1-2. And another foul ball. Count still 1-2. That one popped up in foul territory. Everybody giving chase, but they are going to watch it just go straight into the dugout.
And for those of you wondering, USC Aiken and Augusta are playing in baseball right now, all tied at 2.
Swing and a miss for strike 3 and the second out of the 4th inning.
Now batting number 11, Chandler Stooksbury.
That brings up Chandler Stooksbury, the DH. Popped up to Dorgan behind first base in her first at bat.
First pitch going to miss for ball 1. Nice looking pitch there as that one finds the strike zone. Even the count at 1-1. That one popped up down the third base side in foul territory, and Chubb unable to make the play. Used up every bit of ground she could to try to get to that ball, but it just went over the mesh.
She could have just climbed it like Spider-Man. She'd have been okay.
Unfortunately, though.
I don't think she's a princess, not a spider person. But
the 1-2. That one's going to be lined into right field for a base hit. So another 2-out base hit.
Now batting number 14, Lindsay Tudor.
So another 2-out base hit, and Lindsay Tudor will come up with a runner on first. And the first pitch missing for ball 1.
Tudor struck out swinging to lead off the 3rd inning.
And that'll even the count at 1-1 as that pitch finds the strike zone. Pitch outside, count now 2-1. There's a ground ball up the middle for a base hit. And with that, there are 2 on with 2 outs.
Now batting number 20, Rachel Benson.
Now Rachel Benson will come up with runners on first and second. And another golden opportunity here for Young Harris to try to break this 1-1 tie. And the first pitch finding the strike zone for an 0-1 count. Tried to check her swing, but was unable to, and the count quickly 0-2. That one fouled back, and we'll redo the count. Tried to check her swing, but she was unable to, and that will be strike 3. So Pacers getting out of a little bit of a jam as we go into the bottom of the 4th, still tied at 1. And welcome back, folks. We're in the bottom of the 4th. Megan Thrower to lead off for the Pacers as they're tied with Young Harris at 1-1. And the first pitch missing for ball 1. That pitch finding the strike zone evens the count at 1-1. One pitch outside for ball 2.
And Thrower accounting for the lone run so far for USC Aiken with the solo shot to lead off the second.
Solo shot which fought against the wind and still got out of there with plenty of room. She has to check her swing, but she'll foul it off anyway. Evens the count at 2-2.
And on a day where it's not windy, that ball probably went about 250 feet.
I'm pretty sure that would have been, no, well, it may have gone into the soccer net that's sitting out there on the intramural field.
It'd have been close. Which is the should have done that. I'd have yelled, goal!
2-2 pitch missing outside, and the count now full. I would have gone along the lines of something like, she scores!
We'll get you better lines. Don't worry.
Hey, don't go making fun of that. That's a great line.
I know baseball's your forte.
That one missing outside, and Thrower will draw the walk.
Number 6, Lindy Dorgan.
It's going to bring up Lindy Dorgan, but we're going to have a pinch runner for Thrower, which I would guess, but it might be wrong. It's going to be either Taylor. It looks like Leah Bogosian coming into the game. But Dorgan still at the plate. Bogosian up first.
Dorgan about to step into the box with a runner on first and nobody out in the bottom of the fourth inning.
With Bogosian, one of the fastest student athletes on the team.
And a show bunt here. And back to the circle, and everybody's going to be safe. And with that, there'll be 2 on and nobody out.
Now batting number 25, Andrea Daring.
This can bring up Andrea Daring, who struck out swinging in her first at bat.
Daring coming up with 2 on and nobody out, and an opportunity to break the 1-1 tie.
And time is called.
First pitch missing outside for ball 1. And the 1-0 pitch finding the strike zone to even the count at 1-1.
Almost the exact same pitch, the exact same place almost. A little bit better job of framing the pitch right there, I guess.
That's a judgment call most of the time, and
Yeah.
sometimes you get those borderline pitches and the umpire basically flips a coin in his head as that one comes inside for ball 2. I almost thought Daring swung at that one as it came in on her, but
I think she's just trying to move out of the way of
Yeah.
it.
they even appealed to the field ump, but says she didn't go, so the count will stay at 2-1. That one's going to be fouled off down the third baseline. Evens the count once again at 2-2. Another foul ball down the third base line. That'll keep the count right where it is at 2-2. Another foul ball. A lot of foul balls today from both sides of, from both teams, I should say. Swing and a miss on the 2-2 pitch, and Daring down on strikes for the first out.
This is going to bring up Sarah
Now batting
Timmerman,
number 7, Sarah Timmerman.
and she fouled out to the third baseman back in the second inning.
Actually, it's number 9 coming up to bat.
Take that back. Pinch hitting for Sarah Timmerman will be Kelly Shealy.
Pinch hitter for Sarah Timmerman is number 9, Kelly Shealy.
So Kelly Shealy will be up for Sarah Timmerman with 1 away and 2 on.
She takes the ball outside, 1 the count, and Shealy comes to the game just batting just under 200 so far this season, but she's one that has a lot of power, and a senior transferred in this year, has a lot of experience, and is able to hit a little bit better in this type of situation.
She faces a 1-0 count right now as the first pitch missed. That one finding the strike zone to even the count at 1-1. And the 1-1 pitch outside for ball 2.
Big swing and a miss on that one. It's 2-2 the count.
Two pitch missing. Runners thought about going, but they'll head on back to their bags as the count will be full.
Well, better be safe than go and make a second out right there at third base. And if you're indecisive, like it seemed like she was, you might as well just go back to the base. And don't think she picked up where the ball was exactly.
Three-two pitch, swing and a miss for strike 3 and the second out.
Now batting number 10, Brielle Youngblood.
And now batting Brielle Youngblood. And she struck out back in the third. Takes a ball high and outside, 1 the count. Pitcher's got the first 2 runners on via a walk and a single, but the next 2 struck out. And so 2 on, 2 outs here in the bottom of the 4th, 1-1 game.
1-0. Finding the outside corner. They count even at 1-1. Pitch outside. Jumbo thought about going for it. They're going to make the appeal and say she did not. They'll keep the count at 2-1. Swing and a miss. Evens the count at 2-2. Two pitch outside, and the count is once again full.
So the runner should be taking off on this pitch. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs.
And 3-2 pitch. That'll be fouled off. And we'll do it all over again. And the 3-2 pitch is going to miss for ball 4. Youngblood aboard with the walk, and the bases are now loaded.
Now batting number 13, Sarah Montai.
And that's going to bring up top of the order with Sarah Montai. She's 1 for 2 in the game, led off the first inning with the single.
Golden opportunity here with the bases loaded, but with 2 outs as that pitch misses high for ball 1. That pitch will find the strike zone to even the count at 1-1. One pitch also going to be in there for strike 2. And the 1-2 pitch outside for ball 2. And they're going to pick off the runner at third for the final out. The Pacers unable to score as we're going into the top of the 5th inning. Still 1-1.
We are back here at the top of the 5th inning with score tied at 1, and Perucci's leading off for the Mountain Lions. She takes ball 1. Perucci's 1 for 2 on the day. Grounded to short and singled and scored.
So 2-0 the count quickly. That one's going to be lined right back up the middle there for a base hit. And Young Harris will have their leadoff runner aboard.
Now batting number 8, Hannah Harrison.
And that'll bring up Hannah Harrison. There's another base hit into center field. And with that, the leadoff runners will be aboard.
Number 10, Sarah McGill.
And Sarah McGill will come up with runners on first and second and still nobody out in a 1-1 ball game here in the top of the 5th inning. First pitch missing high for ball 1. Show a bunt there, and the ball finds the strike zone to even the count at 1-1. Pitch missing inside. Count now 2-1. And a bunt right back to the circle. Quick throw to first for the first out, but the runners advance to second and third.
Now batting number 3, Murphy Davis.
And now Murphy Davis comes up with runners on second and third and 1 out. And that pitch will miss for ball 1. That one also inside, count out 2-0. The 2-0 pitch. Off speed pitch fine in the strike zone. Made the count 2-1. Fly ball into center field. Monti is going to chase after it and make the catch. Runners will tag, and they're going to throw it into third, and a run is going to score, and everybody's going to be safe. And Young Harris takes a 2-1 lead here in the top of the 5th inning.
Now batting number 16, Grace Body.
Grace Body comes up to the plate with a runner on third and 2 down. There's going to be a slow one over to second, and unable to field the ball properly will mean the runners are safe. And now Young Harris leads the Pacers 3-1.
Now batting number 5, Georgia Webb.
And now Webb will come to the plate with a runner on first and 2 down. In a 3-1 ball game. She'll pop one up down the third base slide. And Chubb will make the catch for the third and final out, but not before Young Harris gets 2 to take a 3-1 lead over the Pacers going into the bottom of the 5th inning. Sarah Monti to lead it off as she had her at-bat interrupted, and she'll foul that one off for strike 1. Pacers trailing 3-1 here in the bottom of the 5th inning, as Young Harris was able to get 2 in the top half of the inning. That pitch missing. High and outside, even the count at 1-1.
Monti 1 for 2 on the day.
She'll ground that one to second. Throw to first in time for the first out.
Now batting number 4, Sydney Kate Murphy.
This is going to bring up Sydney Kate Murphy. She's 1 for 1 with the sacrifice.
And she'll swing and miss at the first pitch for strike 1. And the 0-1. Be a liner into right field and drop in for a base hit. A one-out base hit puts Murphy aboard.
Now batting number 12, Samantha Chubb.
I'm just going to bring up Samantha Chubb. She's 0 for 1 in the day. And with the walk.
First pitch to Chubb is in there for strike one. As a grounder right back up the middle there, the throw to second for one is in time, but they're unable to turn two. So Chubb will make it over to first on the fielder's choice.
Now batting number 33, Hannah Price.
So with two down, there'll be a runner on first for Hannah Price. And she'll ground one to second. Quick throw to first is in time for the third and final out. So we're going into the top of the sixth. Pacers still trailing 3-1. And we're back as that one is popped up into foul territory down the right field side and caught for the first out. So one pitch, one out here in the top of the sixth inning.
Now batting number 14, Lindsay Tudor.
And I'll bring up Lindsay Tudor, who's 1 for 2 in the game.
And that pitch is in there for strike one. Oh, 0-1 pitch, grounded foul. Count quickly 0-2. There's a little hit into left field, which will drop in for a base hit. And I'll put one on with one down.
Now batting number 20, Rachel Benson.
Just going to bring up the number 9 hitter, Rachel Benson. I say that, but it looks like we can have possibly a pinch runner or a pinch hitter. Give us 1 second. We can have a pinch runner. Pinch runner's going to be number 7, Madison Owensby.
number 7, Madison Owensby.
That pitch missing low for ball 1. Popped up into right field. That'll be caught for the second out. That's going to hold the runner right where she is. Now there are 2 down.
Now batting number 23, Jeannie Perucci.
And Jeannie Perucci coming up to the plate.
2 for 3 with a pair of singles and has scored 2 runs.
Productive day. As that one's going right up the middle and off of Morgan. And everybody's going to be safe on that one. So runners on first and second with 2 down.
Number 8, Hannah Harrison.
And Hannah Harrison will come up. First pitch on the corner of the plate for strike 1. The 0-1, the liner into right field, and caught for the third and final out. So Pacers getting out of another jam as they still trail 3-1 going into the bottom of the 6th inning. And Megan Jean Thrower to lead off as she takes first pitch for strike 1.
Throwers 1 for 1 with a home run and a walk today.
She'll watch that pitch go by for ball 1. One pitch missing outside. Count now 2-1. Two-one pitch has popped up into deep right field, but not deep enough as it's caught for the first out.
Now batting number 6, Lindy Dorgan.
And that'll bring up sophomore Lindy Dorgan. She's 1 for 2 in the game. Laid down a bunt single in her last at bat.
First pitch is in there for strike 1. grounder to second. Throw to first in time for the second out.
Now batting number 25, Andrea Daring. They calling her safe at first? No. He's gonna argue about it.
So after a meeting of the minds between the umpires, they are going to rule that Dorgan was actually safe as the first baseman bobbled the ball.
It was a good call, but I mean it's tough to tell, especially from where the umpire is at first base. So he deferred to the home plate umpire.
And with that, there'll be a runner on first with one down for Andrea Daring. And a call of time here. There's going to be a little meeting in the circle.
And so while they do that, we're going to take a quick break.
So Daring digs in after the meeting to await her first pitch. It's going to be popped up into center field. And the wind bringing it back in, but it'll be caught for the second out.
Now batting number 7, Sarah Timmerman.
I forgot the music.
I mean, it was a hard hit ball, but with the wind the way it is, especially right now. I mean,
It's blowing straight in from center. That one fouled straight back.
we'll win the count Timmerman, who's 0 for 1 in the game.
That pitch missing for ball one to even the count at 1-1. So I hear you won some money today playing the South Carolina Education Lottery.
I did. I won a few dollars, but you know, you take a chance, but you're also giving a chance for the South Carolina Education Lottery.
Probably use that money to buy something at Fats Cafe, as that one is popped up into left field and caught for the third and final out. The Pacers unable to score as we're going into the top of the 7th, still 3-1. Welcome to the top of the 7th inning. Pacers trailing Young Harris 3-1 as Sarah McGill will lead off. And she's going to foul the first pitch back for strike 1. And the 0-1's in the dirt. Evens the count at 1-1. One pitch outside, count out 2-1. Little blooper into right field, and that's going to drop in for a base hit. So leadoff runners aboard for Young Harris.
Now batting number 3, Murphy Davis.
And now Murphy Davis coming to the plate with a runner on first and nobody out.
It's just a tough play in right field. If the wind's not blowing 40 miles per hour in, then it's just a fly ball to Murphy. We have time called right here, so possibly another pinch runner, I believe.
And that's exactly what we're going to have.
The pinch runner number 25, Tony Perucci.
And Tony Perucci is coming in as a pinch runner.
First pitch missing inside for ball 1. And the 1-0 show of bunt. They're going to throw over to second. And it is in time. They're going to catch Perucci's trying to steal there for the first out. Count, however, at the plate is 2-0.
Yeah, good throw by Daring, which is, I believe, her 14th picked off runner in her career.
The count is 1-1. I'm sorry.
With one out.
There's a fly ball into center field. And barely moving is Monti for the second out.
It was almost like something out of the Sandlot, was it not?
Almost.
Now batting number 16, Grace Body.
And Grace Body will come up with 2 down and nobody on here in the top of the 7th inning of a 3-1 ball game. Swing and a miss on an off-speed pitch way ahead of it for strike 1. Oh, 0-1 pitch, just missing. Evens the count at 1-1. That pitch outside. 2-1 the count. Saw Daring trying to frame that one, the best of her ability.
Yeah, A for effort, but just wasn't able to pull it in quick enough.
And that pitch finding the strike zone to even the count at 2-2.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs here in the top of the 7th.
Of a 2-run ball game. As that one's fouled off. Keep the count right where it is.
Hopefully you won't hit any cars over there.
But if they are, Danny Michaelis at State Farm can certainly make sure you're insured. There's a high fly ball into left field. And the wind's going to carry that one into foul territory for the final out.
Yeah, good job by Jungblut to track that ball down.
We're going into the bottom of the 7th inning. 3-1 still the score.
here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Chandler Terrapin's coming in as a pinch hitter for Jungblut.
And the first pitch is going to miss for ball 1.
Terrapin batting .237, has 3 extra base hits on the year, including a homer.
There's the 1-0. That one's also going to miss outside. Count quickly 2-0.
She was an everyday player at Western Carolina. When she wasn't pitching, she was playing right field, so she's used to batting. But coming back this year as a pitcher, she hasn't come to the plate as much as she normally would.
And the 2-0 pitch. Inside for ball 3. She has a chance here, though. Aces are down 3-1 in the bottom of the 7th inning, looking to try to mount a comeback here.
Tie or win the game here, but they don't need to do anything special, just get on base.
3-0 pitch is in there for strike 1. Making the count 3-1. One pitch missing low for ball 4. And leadoff runner will be aboard for Sarah Monti.
Now batting number 13, Sarah Monti.
Monti is 1 for 3 in the game. Looks like Jungblut is re-entered the game.
First pitch found in the strike zone for an 0-1 count to Monti as Jungblut re-enters the game as the runner for first. And the 0-1 to Monti is also in there for a strike. Count now 0-2.
She has 2 grounds out, 2 times grounded out to second base, and she singled back in the first.
Oh, 2 is outside. Made the count 1-2. One-two pitch. Missing outside, evens the count at 2-2. Two will be fouled off. Keep it right where it is.
Steps it right back into the dugout.
Sends everybody running, I assume? I can't really see.
Running or ducking or dodging. Dip, dive, dodge, and
weave. Oh. So 2-2 count still to Monti with the runner on first. She's going to send one down the right field line and hooking foul.
It's a good job by her to foul him off and stay alive.
Looking for the pitch to hit. One swing of the bat can tie this ball game up now. Two-two pitch. That one high, and the count is full.
She went a swing at that rise ball, and you know that's one thing the Monti's been able to do is lay off those high pitches this year and force the payoff pitch.
And she'll foul that one off to keep the count at 3-2.
And she doesn't need to do anything special. She just needs to get on base.
That's all they're asking of her right now. I'm sure her teammates wouldn't argue with a home run, as that one's going to be fouled off. A good at bat by Monti here. 3-2 missing outside, and Monti draws the walk to put runners on first and second.
Now batting number 4, Cindy Kate Murphy.
He's going to bring up Cindy Kate Murphy. So 2-on and nobody out. Pacers trail 3-1 here in the bottom of the 7th inning.
There's a ground ball into left field for a base hit, and that's going to load up the bases for Samantha Chubb.
Now batting number 12, Samantha Chubb.
Little meeting in the circle right now for Young Harris. And as we do that, we'd like to thank one of our other sponsors, the Tyler's Tire and Auto Center, who has been a great sponsor with PatriotSports.com for the last 2 years.
The bases are loaded for Samantha Chubb as the Pacers trail Young Harris 3-1 here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Nobody out yet. And the first pitch to Chubb, missing outside for ball 1.
And they've done a really good job this inning, especially laying off those pitches that are questionable on the outside part of the plate. And we're going to have a meeting in the circle right now with Young Harris. So as they do that, we'll take a quick break and we'll be right back. And we're back with one out count to Samantha Chubb.
The 1-0. Missing high, count out 2-0. Pacer fans are leaning forward in their seats as the bases are loaded with nobody out in a 3-1 ball game. The 2-0 is a fly ball down the right field line, and it's going to hook foul and out of play.
That's one of those questionable things. Any way you can get to it, if it's foul ball, do you catch it for the out? And you basically going to have runners on second and third with a 3-2 ball game then.
That's true.
And we saw that happen go against the Pacers earlier this year when one of the fielders made a great play, but then a game-winning run scored.
And the 2-1 pitch. Missing just outside, and the count now 3-1.
And Young Harris wanted that call.
It was definitely a borderline pitch, but the umpire thought it was outside, so he called it ball 3. (3-1) to Chubb. Grounded, foul. And that'll make the count full.
Good hands by the coach over there to snag that one. Didn't even have to move.
Three balls, 2 strikes, nobody out, and 3 on. Bases trailing 3-1, bottom of the 7th inning. Chubb at the plate. And that one's going to be pop foul and out of play. Do it all over again. (3-2) pitch. Popped up, foul territory, and out of play again. Another good at bat here by Chubb. Similar to Monti's at bat earlier in this inning, who ended up drawing the walk eventually.
So I believe it was a 10-pitch at bat to Monti. Let's get clarification from Mr. Kaczarski, our great PA announcer.
Still 3 balls and 2 strikes. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Popped up, foul territory, down third base side, and it's going to catch a little bit of wind, I believe, and get out of play.
And nice effort by the fans, but it was right in their midst, so you'd call it an E on the fan.
E crowd. Or if you just want to call it the 11th man. Or, well, in this case, the 10th man, actually.
Well, you have the DP, too, so it could be the 11th person.
That's true. 3-2, still the count. Grounded, fouled on the third base line.
This is pretty much an epic at bat by Chubb to keep us alive. And
Chubb digs in, still with the 3-2 count. The base is loaded. And the pitch. Popped up into center field. It's going to come back in a little shallow. They're going to tag the runner. And that's going to be 1 run's going to score, and the runners will all advance. So the Pacers now trail 3-2 with 1 out, and runners on second and third.
The designated player, number 33, Hannah Price.
So Hannah Price digs in with runners on second and third and 1 out as the Pacers trail 3-2. Thanks to the sac fly by Samantha Chubb. First pitch finds the strike zone for strike 1. That one's going to be fouled off. Count now 0-2. Grounder into right field. That's going to score 1, and it's going to be a tie game. And with that, the Pacers tie the ball game at 3 here in the bottom of the 7th inning with a runner on third and a runner on first, and only 1 out.
Now batting is number 15, Megan Thrower.
we're going to have a pinch runner, I believe. It's going to be number 17, Taylor Allen.
The pinch runner, number 17, Taylor Allen.
We can have another meeting in the circle real quick. So as I do that, we'll be back with just a moment. All tied at 3 here in the bottom of the 7th inning.
And we're back. Morgan Thrower at the plate with runners on the corners and 1 out.
Yeah, Megan Sheen's done a good job today. She takes the pitch high and outside for ball 1. And she opened the scoring with a home run. She's walked and hit a fly ball to right field today. Infield's playing in, outfield's playing deep.
And the 1-0 outside, count 2-0.
This might be the unintentional intentional walk.
It could be. Here's the 2-0 pitch. That one outside. 3-0 the count. You might be right on that. The unintentional walk.
I mean, this might be where you do what Bo Jackson did back in the day with Kansas City. You kind of step almost across the plate and try to hit the home run.
There's the 3-0 pitch. Yep, outside. Ball 4. And thrower will draw the walk.
Now batting number 6, Lindy Dorgan.
And Dorgan stepping into the box with the bases loaded and only 1 out. Oh one. First pitch is outside for a 1-0 count.
And that's always a tough thing when you're sitting there throwing the unintentional, which I really believe was intentional walk to a thrower. You just get used to throwing it outside like that, and it's hard to come back inside and get the call.
There's the 1-0. Slow ground ball to third. They're going to come home for 1. The throw over to first, however, will not be made. So the bases are going to stay loaded with 2 down.
Now batting number 25, Andrea Daring.
Going to bring up Andrea Daring, who's 0 for 3 in the game. Looking for her first walk, first hit, first getting on with an error.
That's all she needs right now to end this game.
You know, we were just a wild pitch, pass ball, anything. You got Taylor out on that third, and she's a pretty quick runner.
That pitch outside for ball 1. And the 1-0 inside, count 2-0.
If you're Daring, you make the pitcher throw strikes.
You're in control in this situation, especially with the 2-0 count. And that pitch finding the strike zone, making the count 2-1. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Managed to check her swing. They're going to make the appeal. She held back, and the count now 3-1.
And
Catcher wanted that one.
the catcher thought she had that one, and
It was close, but count 3-1 regardless.
I just wondered, does it rattle the pitcher enough to restrict the call, or just misses completely with this one?
And the margin of error has disappeared with the bases loaded. And that pitch finding the upper part of the strike zone, and the count is now full.
With the delay on that, I was like, wait, is that a ball? And the runners will be going this one, but the only one that matters right now is the one on third.
So 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, bases loaded, tie game, bottom of the 7th inning. And that one's going to be fouled off. The anxiety increases now.
Would we ask for anything else other than a foul ball right here? I mean,
That base hit would be nice.
it seems like that's all we had though for the last few
That's
batters.
true.
Is 8, 9, 10 pitch at bats.
Here's the 3-2 pitch. Grounded foul again.
Good job by Snyder to get all the way on that.
Kind of lifted his foot and swung it out of the way.
I was gonna say kick saving a beauty, but those non-hockey fans wouldn't understand.
That's true.
Or you can be a soccer fan enough.
Meh. Three-two pitch again. And that one's going to go foul and off the Young Harris dugout. Keeping the count at 3-2. Another foul ball.
And there might have been a reason why she didn't throw anything inside early in the game. As the umpire had to go get a couple more softballs.
Pitch 10 coming up. She's hit 4 fouls on 3 and 2.
It's pretty impressive, though. 4 straight foul balls on 3-2 count. 10th pitch coming up.
That one popped right up to third base. And that'll be caught for the third and final out. But the Pacers tie it up as we're going into extra innings. 3-3 the score. And welcome to the top of the 8th inning. The Pacers tied the ball game in the bottom of the 7th, 3-3, as the first pitch to Sarah Beth Marcus is in there for strike one. And the 0-1 is high. Evens count at 1-1.
Marcus batting .219 on the season.
1-1 finding the strike zone. Count now 1-2.
Senior from Navarre, Florida. Outfielder by trade, looks at ball 2.
Here's the 2-2 pitch. That'll be fouled off. Keep the count right where it is. Swing and a miss for strike 3 and the first out of the 8th inning.
Now batting number 11, Chandler Snooksbury.
And that was Morgan's first strikeout since the 4th inning, which, as a dominant strikeout pitcher, that's been a while for.
And the first pitch will miss for ball 1.
Stooksbury at the plate.
And the 1-0 will miss, made the count 2-0. That'll find the strike zone. The count now 2-1. And the count even at 2-2 is that one finding the inside part of the plate.
Had a lot of success with her off-speed pitches here.
And the 2-2 pitch is in the dirt and count now full. And that one's going to hit her, and she'll head on down to first with one out.
Now batting number 14, Lindsay Tudor.
I'll bring up Lindsay Tudor with one on and one down here in the top of the 8th inning. First pitch missing outside for ball 1.
And Tudor's 2 for 3 in the game with a pair of singles.
And that one's in the dirt, 2-0 the count. Another pitch in the dirt, and the count now 3-0. And walking on 4 straight pitches to put runners on first and second with only one down.
Looks like we can have a pinch hitter.
The pinch hitter is number 27, Kelsey Nix.
Pitcher's going to be Kelsey Nix, coming in the game batting .211 on the season. 4 hits and 19 at-bats.
She comes in with runners on first and second with only one down here in the top of the 8th inning. First pitch finding the strike zone for strike 1. The 0-1. That one's going to miss. And even the count at 1-1.
Good hustle by Daring to get the ball before the runner's able to get a third.
Keeping the double play in order as well. That one's going to be fouled off, making the count 1-2. And the 1-2 pitch outside, even the count at 2-2. Going to be grounded up the middle and into center field for a base hit, and they're going to send the runner home. Here's the throw by Montai to the plate, and that is in time for the second out.
Great play by Montai.
And with that, there'll still be runners on first and second with 2 away.
Now batting number 23, Jeannie Perucci.
And Jeannie Perucci will come up to the plate now. You always say Montai's got a good arm, and she's proven it there. Got it in quick and pretty much on point.
And I'm not sure what they're trying to argue here.
Interference.
appeal due to interfering with the runner for the third baseman. Denied and called out on the play. But runner's still on first and second with 2 outs. With Perucci at the plate.
Yeah, she faces a 1-0 count now as that first pitch missed.
And we're going to have a pinch runner here for the runner at first. Actually, just been Benson re-entering the game.
Now running at first base, Rachel Benson.
Window count now that Benson's back on first.
And a slow grounder right back to the circle. Throw to first is
Not in time.
not in time.
And wow. Close play.
So with that, the bases will be loaded with 2 away.
Now batting number 8, Hannah Harrison.
And Hannah Harrison will come to the plate now.
Very tough play, but if Morgan doesn't get to the ball, it's probably a single and a run scores too.
Now they just thrown somebody out of the game.
And so
Just threw Lindsay out.
a little bit of discussion from the umpire and
He's thrown Lindsay out of the game.
bases gonna be loaded now for Harrison.
So bases loaded, 2 down in a 3-3 ball game, top of the 8th inning. First pitch is in there for strike 1. Popped up into right field and going back. That'll be dropped. That's going to score 1. Here comes the second run, and that'll slide in for 2. So now Young Harris leads 5-3 here in the top of the 8th with 2 outs.
Now batting number 10, Sarah McGill.
Runner to short. Long throw to first is in time for the final out, but Young Harris gets 2 here in the top of the 8th as they lead the Pacers 5-3. So Sarah Timmerman will lead off the bottom of the 8th for the Pacers as they trail 6-3 as 3 runs scored on that error. And the first pitch is in there for strike 1. And the 0-1 will be grounded over to first and foul. So the count now 0-2. And the 0-2 pitch outside, making the count 1-2. One-two pitch missing outside, evens the count of 2-2. Slow grounder, foul down the third base line. Two-two pitch grounded up the middle. The throw to first in time for the first out.
Now batting number 10, Brielle Jungblood.
So Real Jungblut will come up with 1 down and nobody on in the bottom of the 8th inning. And the 1-0. Grounded foul, evens the count at 1-1. Swing and a miss on that one, the count now 1-2. That one fouled off, keeping the count at 1-2.
What was that? They called her out. No, Sarah Monte's bad. Don't worry about it.
And with 2 down, Monty steps up to the plate.
They called it a swinging bunt or something.
And the 0-1 fouled off, count now 0-2. Pacers down to their final strike. The 0-2 is outside, count now 1-2. That one's going to be grounded into right field for a base hit. Omontai aboard with 2 down. I'll bring up Sydney Kate Murphy.
Now batting number 4, Sydney Kate Murphy.
First pitch will miss for ball 1.
You can't frame that.
Here's the 1-0. Grounder to third. The long throw to first is in time for the final out. So the Pacers drop the first game of the doubleheader 6-3. And we're going to take a
And your totals and highlights for Young Harris: 6 runs, 12 hits, 1 error, 9 left on base. For the Pacers, 3 runs, 8 hits, 2 errors, 10 left stranded. The winning pitcher was Darby Stanford. The losing pitcher, Taylor Morgan. For Young Harris, Jeannie Perucci had 4 hits and scored 2 runs. Leading the way for the Pacers, Sydney Kate Murphy with 3 hits and Megan Thrower with a solo home run in the second.
So after game 1, we'll be back in about 30 minutes for game 2. So stick around and go grab something to eat while we take a short break. And we are back, folks, for Game 2 of Young Harris versus USC Aiken. And the first pitch to lead off the game is in there for strike one. That one's going to be grounded foul down the third base line. Kind of quickly 0-2. I don't want to pronounce it wrong, so I'm going to leave that all up to you. Jeannie Perucci.
And in the circle for USC Aiken is Chandler Nicole Terrapin, who comes in the game with a 5-5 record. She has a 3.12 ERA. This is her 15th appearance and 15th game started so far this season.
Now is a 1-2 count to Perucci. That one also going to be fouled off, keeping the count right where it is at 1-2.
And Terrapin said she did not like her middle name being told out, so I will not call her Nicole at all today.
All right, so note to self, do not say Nicole. Gotcha. 1-2 pitch, right at Chubb. She's unable to catch it, so she'll just hold on to it as the runner makes it to first to lead off the first inning.
Number 8, Hannah Harrison.
Gonna bring up Hannah Harrison with a runner on first and nobody out.
And she came in the series batting .345 this season.
And the first pitch in there for strike one.
In the field for USC Aiken from left to right, you've got Jungblatt on the left. She's also not batting, but she's playing the flex position. Monta's going to lead off playing center field as Terrapin misses there. And right, you have Sydney Kate Murphy. Third base is, of course, as always, Samantha Chubb. At shortstop, you're going to have Sarah Timmerman. At second base, Julianne LeDuc. At first, Megan Jean Thrower, which is, at second base is really the only lineup change between that and Chandler Nicole Terrapin pitching instead of Taylor Morgan. And behind the plates, Andrea Daring.
Here's the 1-2 pitch, which is going to be fouled off.
That might be the theme for the day is foul pitches off.
Only we could keep count of foul balls. We probably have a couple sheets worth of tallies. The 1-2. Another foul ball.
As long as they keep it foul, in the playing area, it's okay. But if they foul it off in the parking lot, you've got to worry about cars getting hit, which...
Yep. Danny Michaelis will be able to help you out at State Farm. Here's the 1-2 pitch. That one's outside for ball 2 to even the count at 2-2. T2 pitch missing high and inside, and the count's full. High and outside for ball 4, and that'll put the leadoff runners aboard on first and second.
Now batting number 10, Sarah McGill.
That's going to bring up Sarah McGill, who's second on the team coming into the series with a .376 average.
Golden opportunity here to take an early lead for Young Harris. As that one misses inside. Ball 1.
It seems like Terrapin's having a little trouble finding the strike zone right now. Not ideal against a very good hitting team. Young Harris is batting just under 300 as a team.
The 1-0. Line right at Chubb, who makes the catch, trying to double up, but unable to at first. But they'll get one out at least. So I'll put one away with runners on first and second.
Now batting number 3, Murphy Davis.
And Murphy Davis stepping to the plate now. First pitch to Davis is high for ball 1. The 1-0. Pretty much down the middle there, and evens the count at 1-1. Well, down the middle from my vantage point. I'm a little off to the side, but
So you're crooked. It's okay. Just
and I'm experiencing abuse up here in the press box. Want to let everybody know that, as that one's fouled off.
no. That's a strong word to sit there and say. I mean, we are joshing with you.
Okay, joshing, picking on, one of the two.
Joking with would be the more adequate term.
Sure. Not laughing at, but laughing with.
I mean, what was your internship grade yet? Oh, it hadn't been done yet.
As that one's pass ball there. More like a wild pitch, actually. Runners will advance to second and third on that with a 2-2 count. You're right, I haven't gotten my grade yet. But so far, everything's going all right.
You think?
I think.
Okay.
2-2, fouled off. We'll do it all over again. Here's the 2-2 once again, and that'll be fouled out of play once again. So 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out, runners on second and third. Top of the first inning, no score yet. However, Young Harris is threatening here. And another foul ball. Certainly is the theme of the day. And once again, the 2-2. Slow grounder to short. That's going to score 1 run, and the throw to first is in time for the second out. But Young Harris manages to take an early 1-0 lead on the ground out, as they're 2 away with a runner on second.
Now batting number 16, Grace Botti.
And it'll bring up Grace Botti with 2 away. First pitch missing low for ball 1. And the 1-0 misses inside. Count now 2-0. That one finding the inside part of the plate, making the count 2-1.
Buddy had a pretty solid first game for Young Harris.
Nice little off speeder there. Evens the count at 2-2.
It was like she pitched it Friday and it came in just now.
I think plenty of time you could have gone to the concession stand, grabbed something to eat, or you could have gone to Fat's Cafe to get something to eat by the time that got there.
Yeah, you could have.
And that'll be popped up down the third base side. And in foul territory, and nobody's going to get it. Little miscommunication out there. So the count's going to stay at 2-2. And the 2-2. High and inside, and it's going to get away, and it allowed the runner to advance from second to third. So now there's a runner on third base. 3-2 count with 2 away. And that pitch is going to miss for ball 4, so there's runners on the corners with 2 down.
Number 14, Lindsay Tudor.
That'll bring up Lindsay Tudor with runners on the corners and 2 away in a early 1-0 ball game in the top of the first. First pitch finding the strike zone for strike one. Ground ball to second. Short throw to first in time for the final out, but Young Harris gets one here in the top of the first inning as we go into the bottom of the first. 1-0 the score.
Leading off for the Pacers is Sarah Monti. She looks at a call strike on the inside corner.
1-0 the score here in the bottom of the first inning, as Young Harris managed to get that early run. Pacers looking to knot it up once again. There's a fly ball in foul territory and out of play. So that the count is 0-2 to Monti. Pitch outside. Now the count 1-2. Slow ground to third and foul. The 1-2 pitch again. That'll be low and evens the count at 2-2.
For those y'all wondering, USC Aiken's baseball team lost 16-8 at Augusta today. Augusta's, really good. I mean, the top two teams in the Peach Belt Conference, but hopefully they will get him back tomorrow. Is Monti his chopper back to first or pitcher?
The throw to first is in time.
You knew what I meant.
Now batting number 4, Sydney Kate Murphy.
He's going to bring up Sydney Kate Murphy, who was solid at the plate in the first game.
With one away, the first pitch to Murphy is a high fly ball into left field. It's going to hook into foul territory and be caught for the second out.
She got under it just a bit.
Now batting number 12, Samantha Chubb.
That's going to bring up the senior, Samantha Chubb.
Always a threat at the plate.
Yeah, the self-proclaimed princess.
She's going to hit a fly ball into center field. That's going to be caught for the third and final out. Pacers go down 1-2-3 as they trail 1-0 going into the second.
We are back here in the top of the second inning. It's Chandler Stooksbury leads off against Chandler Nicole Terrapin.
1-0 the score in favor of Young Harris. And there's a fly ball into right field. And that will be caught for the first out.
One pitch went out.
The designated player number 27, Kelsey Nix.
That's going to bring up the DH. Kelsey Nix,
The DP.
DP, labeled as DH in stat crew for some reason. Yeah, she came to the plate once in the last game as a pinch hitter.
And the first pitch is going to miss for ball one.
So we've got two Chandlers on the field. We've got two sisters in the field for Young Harris, and we also have a pair of Murphys on the field.
1-0. In there for strike one to even the count at 1-1.
Can you tell we've been here for a while today?
I think so.
Next thing we're talking about hair bows.
Oh, please no.
If Chip was here, he would.
The 1-1 is high for ball two.
As your usual broadcaster is working over the airport for the Masters Week when pretty much has been working about 16, 18-hour days.
Oy.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, money is money.
And you met Mark Wahlberg yesterday, came into town for the Masters, and pretty cool.
Count even at 2-2. In fact, I think Donovan McNabb might be in town. A friend of mine said he ran into him at one of the bars downtown.
So Campbell Soup guy.
Yeah, Campbell Soup guy. 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss for strike three and the second out.
Now batting number 20, Rachel Benson.
I'm just going to bring up the second baseman, Rachel Benson. The number 9 hitter for the Mountain Lions.
First pitch missing for ball one. One 0 pitch. Finding the inside part of the plate to even the count at 1-1.
It almost looked like a screwball who started on the outside part of the plate and cut back in.
Yeah, whatever works. 1-1 pitch going to be a bit high, making the count 2-1. Swinging a slow grounder to third on an inside pitch. The throw by Chubb is in time for the third and final out. The Pacers keep them scoreless here as we go into the bottom of the second inning. 1-0 still the score.
And Hannah Price takes a ball on the outside corner to start her at bat.
Chatting a little bit longer, which is why it took us a little while to get to the microphones, but
Talking about the NCAA National Championship hockey match
Yep.
tonight.
should be good.
Yeah, the Fighting Sioux of UND and Quinnipiac, which I don't know what their mascot is.
Bobcats.
Here's the 2-0 to Price. That one's going to find the strike zone.
But good week for championships, though. I mean, you see the men's national championship the other night.
The basketball one?
Yeah,
Oh, my gosh, yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a big basketball fan, but that was exciting to see.
The great final 10 seconds. But the women's one, not so much of a close one, but I mean, a heck of a way for Connecticut to wrap up the last 73 games of Brianna Stewart's career at 72-1. 4 straight national titles. Pretty impressive.
It's rigged.
It's not wrestling.
Here's the 2-2 pitch. It'll be a slow grounder over to short and unable to come up with it, so Price will make it over to first on the error.
Now batting number 15, Megan Thrower.
And that brings up Megan Jean Thrower, who led off the scoring for the Pacers in the first game with a solo home run, but we're going to have a pinch runner over at first. It's going to be Taylor Allen.
The pinch runner is number 17, Taylor Allen.
Thrower awaits her first pitch.
She throws a bunt down there and bunts it straight into the opposite batter's box, and it just dies there. So 0-1 is now the count. The 0-1 pitch. Missing outside, and they're going to have a check throw over to first.
And it hit Allen, who, she's tough. She's a hockey player.
I like her already.
You know, she's going to walk it off.
So 2-1 count now. And the 2-1 to thrower. She throws down another bunt right back to the circle. The throw to first in time, but the runner advances. So the sac bunt is a success.
Now batting number 11, Chandler Terrapin.
Just like the National League, the pitcher is hitting. Yeah, Chandler Terrapin at the plate.
The Terrapin up with a runner on second and 1 down. And she'll offer at the first pitch and miss for strike 1. Here's the 0-1. That one's going to be way outside. Evens the count at 1-1. There's a fly ball into left field, and it's going to keep on going back. It's got the track, and it is gone! A 2-run home run by Chandler Terrapin. She helps her cause out there with a 2-run shot to take a 2-1 lead here in the bottom of the second inning.
Now batting number 14, Julian Leduc.
That was Terrapin's second home run of the season. She only had 10 hits so far this year, but 4 of them been for extra bases, so that's not a bad old average.
Especially for a pitcher.
Yeah. Must be like, I don't know, one of the Braves pitchers in the day. Tom Glavine. Pretty good hitting pitcher.
Well, they had a bunch of good pitchers, so odds are one of them was
I would have said like Rick Ankiel from the Cardinals, but you know, he struggled a little bit as a pitcher, but turned into an outfielder.
so an 0-1 count now.
Juliana Leduc.
Into Leduc. My brain froze for a second. Again. And that one's going to go in the dirt. And all the way to the backstop to even the count at 1-1.
Leduc fouls that one into territory to the first baseman for the out.
So that'll be the second out. And we'll see Andrea Daring step up.
Now batting number 25, Andrea Daring.
She has to take off her shin guards.
First pitch to Daring. Outside for ball 1. The 1-0 finds the strike zone to even the count. One pitch, fouled back, making the count 1-2.
It's good to see USC Aiken battle back after the ending of the first game where it wasn't what they expected or thought. Thought they got out of an inning and didn't, and the next batter hits a 3-run error to basically win the game. But, good battling back for USC Aiken in this game.
1-2 missing outside. Yeah, it was tough to watch, and I assume it was tough to play. But, again, it's only one loss. You come back in the next game, and you just try your hardest to make up for it.
And, you got the good thing with this softball is you have double headers all the time, so you do have a second chance. And young Harris is ranked for a reason.
There's a fly ball into center field.
It's going to stay in the yard.
And be caught for the third and final out. But the Pacers get 2 on the 2-run shot by Chandler and Nicole Terrapin, as they lead 2-1 going into the third. And welcome to the top of the third inning. Pacers leading 2-1. As we have a ground ball. Nice diving play at short, but that's about all we're going to get out of that one, as the runner will be safe and the leadoff runner aboard.
Perucci was able to.
Now batting number 8, Hannah Harrison.
Perucci is very fast. And she was, her second hit of the game. She had 4 hits the first game. So she might be on pace for Peach Belt Conference Player of the Week, depending on what happens in the rest of the league. But she showed her worth here.
First pitch is in there for strike 1.
She's batting .379, so she's gotten 6 hits so far, and she's 6 for 7, I believe, on the day. So she should, get out the next 2 or 3 times and to keep her average.
There's a liner into right field, and that's going to go all the way to the wall for extra bases. So a Single and a double put runners on third and second with nobody out here in the top of the third inning.
Now batting number 10, Sarah McGill.
Sarah McGill comes up.
And she lined out Chubb in her first at bat.
That first pitch is in the dirt for ball one. Allen popped straight back and waiting for it to hit the, there it is, hit the bleachers right in front of the press box too.
Bounced all the way back down and no one was hit. That's a good thing.
So with that, the count will be even at 1-1. There's a high pitch there. Count now 2-1.
And for those y'all interested in Peach Belt conference action, UNC Pembroke just knocked off number 17 Armstrong State 3-1, and Pembroke has now won 7 straight ball games. They come to town next Friday.
Slow grounder back to the circle. Checks the runner and the throw to first in time for the first out.
Now batting number 3, Murphy Davis.
Brings up Murphy Davis. Reached on fielder's choice in the first inning.
She comes up with runners still on second and third, and one away here in the top of the third inning. First pitch is going to miss for ball one. And Terrapin really wanted that call. You saw her kind of...
Wait, how did it go?
What?
What did she do?
She kind of like gave the little come on sign when she didn't get the call. And that one misses high for a 2-0 count.
You figure you just need to elaborate because the people can't see you.
That's true. I talk with my hands. I'm Italian. The 2-0. Missing high and the count 3-0. The 3-0 pitch is inside for ball 4, and with that, the bases will be loaded.
The catcher, number 16, Grace Botti.
And Body walked in the first inning.
Now she comes up with the bases loaded and only one away here in the top of the third, with the Pacers clinging to a 2-1 lead. And that first pitch is in the dirt. Good job by Daring to hold on to that. Keep it in front of her. Here's the 1-0. Upper part of the strike zone to even the count.
1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out.
In a 1-run game. Go ahead. I know you want to call Yahtzee.
No.
Oh, okay. That pitch high, and the count 2-1. Slow grounder to second. They're only going to have one there, and the throw to first is in time. And a run is going to score, so the game is tied at 2 with 2 outs and runners on second and third.
Now batting number 14, Lindsay Tudor.
So Lindsay Tudor will come up.
Tudor grounded to second in the first.
That pitch is in the dirt for ball 1. 1-0 misses outside. Count now 2-0.
And Daring wanted that pitch.
I
Tried to
think it was
frame it.
a little too far outside, though, I think.
Yeah. That's probably why she didn't get the call.
Exactly. The 2-0. That'll be low for ball 3. Three-0 pitch. Finding the strike zone for a 3-1 count. And that one's outside for ball 4, and the bases are loaded once again.
The left fielder, number 11, Chandler Stooksbury.
Chandler versus Chandler. Stooksbury steps to the plate.
Once again, bases loaded with 2 away here in the top of the 3rd inning of a 2-2 ball game. That one's going to be a short little pop-up into center field and caught by Monti for the final out. The Pacers avoid too much damage, but Young Harris ties the game at 2 as we go into the bottom of the 3rd by that score.
We are back here in the bottom of the 3rd inning with freshman Sarah Timmerman leading off. The shortstop from Abbeville.
First pitch to Timmerman is a swing and a miss for strike 1. Tie game here in the bottom of the 3rd inning, as Young Harris tied it up in the top of this inning. 2-2 is the score. The 0-1, outside, evens the count at 1-1. And a bunt there. The throw to first is not going to happen as it bounces in and out of the glove. So with that, Timmerman will be safe.
Now batting the center fielder, Sarah Monti.
So top of the order, and Sarah Monti comes up with a runner on first and nobody out. And that pitch is in there for strike 1. And another bunt laid down, and it just sits on the fair line. And just out is Monti, and she goes down after stepping on the bag.
And she's hurt. So while they look at her, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back in just a moment.
Sydney K. Murphy comes up. Sarah Monte able to walk off under her own power. So there's a runner on second with only one down. First pitch is in there for a strike.
If Monta's as tough as her dad is, she'll be back in the game, no problem at all. The former Citadel pitcher.
The 0-1. Popped foul and out of play.
And because she knows that her newborn niece, Emma Grace, I believe, is watching.
And so she's going to want to put on a tough face because years from now she'll look back on it like, really, that's my aunt?
Yeah.
So here's the 0-2 pitch. Outside for ball one. Count 1-2. Swing and a miss. Swing and a foul tip. Into the glove for the second out of the inning.
And that was
Now batting number 12, Samantha Chubb.
that was Perucci's first strikeout of the game.
That'll bring up Samantha Chubb with a runner on second and two down. First pitch is going to be low for ball one. Slow ground ball to second. The throw to first is not going to be in time as Chubb manages to beat it out for an infield single to put runners on the corners.
The designated player number 33, Hannah Price.
So Hannah Price will come up with runners on the corners and two outs in a 2-2 ball game here in the bottom of the third inning. And the first pitch is on the outside corner for strike one. And the 0-1 will miss to even the count at 1-1.
They say just a bit outside.
Just a bit outside.
Major League One, Bob Uecker.
Good movie. Very good movie.
The second one was not bad at all. Third one, I kind of liked.
Actually, I've never seen... I've seen bits and pieces of the second one, but never seen the third one. A fly ball into shallow center field. And that will be caught for the third and final out, so Pacers unable to score. As we go into the top of the fourth, 2-2 the score. So Kelsey Nix will lead off for Young Harris as we have a tie ball game at 2-2 here in the top of the fourth inning. And the first pitch is just a little bit outside for ball one. And the 1-0 just missing low for ball two. That one will be fouled off. 2-1 the count.
And Nick struck out swinging in her first at bat of this game.
Two one pitch. Outside part of the plate evens the count at 2-2. And that one is going to miss outside, and the count now full. Three-two pitch is grounded to third. Chubb with the play, and the throw is in time for the first out.
Now batting number 20, Rachel Benson.
I'll bring up Rachel Benson with one away and nobody on.
Benson grounded out to Chubb in her last at bat.
And the first pitch is low and inside for ball one. The 1-0. Finding the inside part of the plate to even the count at 1-1.
And her off-speed pitches are working a little bit better than anything else that she's throwing right now.
And it's really interesting because they are so slow. But, hey, if it works.
They're slow enough if I went up to a bat against her, I'd say, no, throw all your off-speed stuff, otherwise I'd be in trouble.
So 1-2 the count after that pitch was fouled off. And another foul ball will keep the count right where it is at 1-2.
Right where the cars are.
Right where the cars are.
Thank goodness for Denny McKellis.
Yeah, he'll be quite busy this season. And there's a ground ball to second. Go to first is in time for the second out.
The pitcher, number 23, Jeannie Perucci.
That'll bring up Perucci with two away and nobody on.
Yes.
You know, if you do get your car hit, though, and you don't have Danny McKellis to insure it, maybe you'll get lucky on the South Carolina Education Lottery. Maybe that'll help pay for the damage.
I mean, if your car's damaged, you might as well go to the Quality Inn Suites and stay overnight and come back tomorrow for the game against North Georgia.
Exactly. There's a slow grounder to Chubb at third, and the throw is high and away, and it'll go out of play, so the runner will move over to second base on the throwing error. There'll now be a runner on second with two away.
Right fielder, number 8, Hannah Harrison.
That'll bring up Hannah Harrison with runner on second and two down. First pitch is outside for ball one. Pitch also outside, count now 2-0. That pitch finds the strike zone, the count now 2-1.
A lot of twos on the scoreboard.
A fair few. 2 runs for each. As that pitch misses outside for ball 3. And now there's 1 less 2.
Yes, 3 and win the count. 2 outs here in the bottom of the 3rd, all tied at 2. 2 hits for the Pacers, 2 errors for Young Harris.
That pitch finding the corner of the plate.
So now another strike, 3 into the count.
That ball in the dirt for ball 4. That'll put runners on first and second. Still 2 away.
Now batting number 10, Sarah McGill.
Now McGill comes up with runners on first and second. And we're just going to have a meeting in the circle.
So while we're doing that, we'd also like to thank Bronze Body Tanning Salon for, helping us do what we do with their sponsorship of the Athlete of the Week, which Taylor Morgan's been, as she says, the Bronze Goddess, but really the Bronze Body Student Athlete of the Week 2 different times this year.
First pitch is in there for strike 1. I don't think I need it. I'm getting plenty of a tan right now with the sun shining into the press box.
So I went with the long sleeves today.
You were smart.
And I was cold.
Here's the 0-1. Popped up right back to the circle and caught for the final out. So after the throwing error, no damage was done as the Pacers hold them scoreless. Going into the bottom of the 4th, 2-2 the score.
We are back here in the bottom of the 4th inning as Megan Jean Thrower leads off for head coach Jerry Snyder's team. All tied at 2. She takes a ball high and outside. Laid down a sacrifice bunt in her first at bat, so not really an official appearance.
And here's her 1-0 pitch, which finds the strike zone to even the count at 1-1. That one also finding the strike zone, 1-2 the count.
She was not happy with that call, or just maybe shocked that she got that pitch thrown to her.
Either or, the count's 1-2. That one outside, evens the count at 2-2. Two-two pitch. Slow ground to the 3rd. And mishandled. So thrower will be safe at first, and that'll bring up Chandler Nicole Terrapin.
Now batting the pitcher, number 11, Chandler Terrapin.
And the first pitch to Terrapin is in there for strike one. And the 0-1 is in there for strike two as Terrapin showed bunt. And Terrapin not happy with the call.
And we do have a pinch runner on first base now with Samantha Pico coming up for thrower, who was credited with a hit on that play.
Pitch missing for ball one. Yeah, that play was tough. She had to charge it fast, and even if she did get the ball cleanly, there was no guarantee that she was going to get the out. There's a 1-2. Popped up, shallow center field, and that's going to drop in for a hit. So with that, there'll be runners on first and second with nobody out.
Now batting number 14, Julian Leduc.
I thought for a moment we were going to have something as like we had in baseball a couple weeks ago with the fielder's choice when the ball dropped and they got the guy out at third base, I think it was.
Oh, yeah, I do remember that. It was not too long ago, actually.
Yeah.
So runners on first and second and nobody out. And a show of bunt here as it's bunted straight back foul. The 0-1 pitch to Leduc will be swung on and hit foul. So a bunt foul and a swing foul puts us at an 0-2 count.
Right.
Swing and a miss for strike three and the first out.
The catcher, number 25, Andrea Daring.
And they'll bring up the senior catcher, Andrea Daring.
First pitch to Daring. Finds the strike zone for strike one. The 0-1. This is outside to even the count. And the 1-1 pitch. Fly ball into left field.
Yes.
And that's going to be caught for the second out.
The shortstop, number 7, Sarah Timmerman.
They'll bring up Sarah Timmerman, who reached on an error in her first at bat. But either way, she got on base.
That's all that matters.
I keep preaching my line for Moneyball.
The runners on first and second with 2 away. As that pitch is going to miss for ball one.
So 2 on for 2 out for Timmerman. Bottom of the fourth, also tied at 2.
And the 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. Got ahead of herself on that. And that'll even the count at 1-1.
I think at that point, if she would have been standing on the plate, she probably still wouldn't be able to reach where that pitch was.
That was a bit out there.
A little bit forward on the pitch, I think.
That's exactly what the pitcher tries to do.
It's not very nice.
Nah, you're right. Ground ball to third. The throw to first is in time for the third and final out. So Pacers unable to score in this half of the inning. So we go into the top of the fifth, 2-2 the score. And welcome to the top of the fifth inning. Tie game 2-2 between Young Harris and USC Aiken. As that first pitch is going to miss high for ball one.
Murphy Davis comes to the plate. She reached on the fielder's choice and walked.
Off-speed pitch finds the strike zone to even the count at 1-1.
As soon as I recognized it was off speed when it coming out of her hand, you knew that's going to be a strike.
Oh, yeah. 1-1 pitch. Slow grounder to second. Throw to first in time for the first out.
The catcher, number 16, Grace Botti.
And Body steps to the plate. She's 0 for 1 with the walk.
Comes up with nobody on and one down.
She also has an RBI in the game.
So a little bit of production on offense. Pitch is going to miss for ball one. Inside, 2-0 the count. Off-speed pitch in there for a strike. I almost called it before it crossed the plate.
Well, you had a 50-50 shot of what it's going to be, so.
That's true. That one's going to miss.
3-1 the count with one away here in the fifth.
Three-one pitch. That one also miss. So drawing the one-out walk is Davis.
That was Body.
Now batting number 14, Lindsay Tudor.
And Lindsay Tudor comes to the plate. She's grounded to second and she's walked.
Again, it's been a long day.
It'll be like a long couple of weeks for us with
That's true.
all the events going on.
First pitch is in there for strike one.
Yeah, what kind of pitch was that?
Off speed.
It's like you have ESPN or something.
I do, actually. On several different channels. And the 0-1 misses low, evens the count at 1-1. The 1-1. Grounder to short. Flip to second for one. The throw to first is not in time, but they get the lead runner. And now they're 2 away with a runner on first.
Left fielder number 11, Chandler Zooksberry.
It's going to bring up Chandler Stooksbury. She's put out to right and to center.
Now she just has to go to left.
Well, I mean, you can't leave Brielle Jungblood out. Brielle Bobby Jungblood.
As that one is grounded foul. Is that her nickname?
That's her middle name is Bobby.
Okay.
Great student athlete who made the Dean's List, or she made a 3.5 last semester. Not bad at all.
That one's in there for a strike. I think that's Dean's List. I made Dean's List on a 3.5.
Then that it is.
So 0-2 the count with 2 away and a runner on first. And there's a fly ball into center field. Monti running over and making the catch for the third and final out. So Pacers hold Young Harris scoreless here in the fifth as we go into the bottom of the inning, 2-2 the score. Welcome to the bottom of the fifth inning. 2-2 the score between Young Harris and USC Aiken as Sarah Monti leads off. And she'll take a first pitch ball.
And she's 0 for 2 this game, looking to get on base for the first time. Grounded out. Actually, she's 1 for 2, or 1 for 1, or 0 for 1 as she sacrificed, I believe.
And took a little tumble over first base on that sacrifice, but she seems to be fine as she's digging in, waiting for the 1-1 pitch.
She's getting ready for that championship game tonight against, Quinnipiac and North Dakota. Personally, I've got to go for UND as I had a buddy that graduated from there.
I'm just going for them because I'm pretty sure they're going to win it. Of course, I could be wrong. Last year, I was wrong. Boston College lost in the upset.
I think everybody had Boston College winning that one last year.
The 2-1. It's going to be a fly ball into foul territory, and it'll just drop safe and sound. So 2-2 the count. Think about it. When you have a guy like Jack Eichel playing for you, you're almost guaranteed the national championship, but they weren't able to get it done.
I was just pulling for them because they were ACC.
Oh, I was pulling for him because I was my hometown team was pretty much sure to get him, and they ended up getting him in the draft. There's the 2-2 pitch. Slow hopper to short. Throw to first is in time for the first out.
Right fielder number 4, Sydney Kate Murphy.
That'll bring up Cindy Kate Murphy and her great song that she listens to with Dropkick Murphys. Which, I know. She's listened to her whole life as Surge of Family, but it's also one of my favorite movies, The Departed.
All your favorite movies I've never seen, it seems. As that pitch misses outside for ball 1.
So this says you haven't seen very many movies or you don't have good taste?
I just don't see that many movies.
Okay.
I like to think my taste is okay. Of course, you talk to my cousin, he says I have horrible taste. There's the 1-0. High for ball 2.
And Murphy's 0 for 2 in this game. Fouled out to the left fielder, and she struck out swinging in the third. But she's halfway to a walk right now.
And she's going to pop that one up. Foul territory down the third base side. And that's going to be caught for the second out.
Now batting number 12, Samantha Chubb.
It'll bring up senior third baseman Samantha Chubb. She's 1 for 2 with a single. The first pitch is going to beat that ball on the outside corner. Or, sorry, not even the outside corner. It's just a ball.
Yep.
It
We know what you meant.
It missed the outside corner, which is why it was a ball.
Well, it may have hit the outside corner, but the judgment call was a ball, so you never know. There's a fly ball into center field. That one's going to go back towards the wall, but it will be caught for the third out. So Pace is unable to get anything done as they go down 1-2-3. Going into the top of the 6th, still 2-2. And welcome to the top of the 6th inning. 2-2 is still the score, as Young Harris will lead off.
Chandler Nix. Oh, I believe that's wrong. It's Kelsey Nix. I apologize.
Kelsey Nix swings and misses at the first pitch for strike 1.
I was looking at our pitcher, Chandler Terrapin, and it just got the wrong name.
It happens.
E on the SID.
That one's fouled off. And the count 0-2. Luckily, an E on the SID doesn't translate into the game.
No, but it looks better if I'm writing a release.
That's true. So 0-2 the count to Nix. That one's going to be high, making the count 1-2. Swing and a miss on the 1-2 pitch for the first out.
Now batting number 20, Rachel Benson.
And Rachel Benson's coming to the plate. She's grounded out to third, grounded out to second. She can complete the trifecta and go 3 unassisted.
We'll see.
I'm guessing no.
Pop up there into shallow right field, and that will be caught for the second out.
Good job of Murphy to call her off on that.
The pitcher, number 23, Jeannie Petrucci.
And Ferrucci's coming back to the plate, who has, as we're told, 7 straight hits. Dating back to last game, she got out in the first at bat and gotten on base ever since then.
So we'll see what she does here. She comes up with 2 away and nobody on. And lets the first pitch go by for ball 1. Actually, I should say lets the first pitch go above for, as that was a very high pitch. As was that one, as the count is now 2-0.
Surprised with her speed that her soccer team doesn't teach her how to finish a goal and just let her play forward and kick it along to her, let her go.
2-0 pitch. Tried to check the swing on that one, but fouls it off for a 2-1 count. And maybe she just doesn't want to tire herself out for softball season.
Maybe not. But the ball's a little bit bigger. I would say it's easier to hit, but she's done so well today. I mean, 7 for 8, batting 875.
2-1 finding the outside part of the plate, evens the count at 2-2. 2s across the board. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2-2 is the score.
And they have 2 errors.
And they have 2 errors. That one will be fouled off to keep the count right where it is.
With how well she's done at the plate, I gotta go ahead and put her down for Peach Butt Conference Player of the Week.
It's a safe bet. If she doesn't get it, I'd be shocked. That's a short little pop-up, and Chubb gets there to make the catch for the final out. So 2-2, the score is going to stay as we go into the bottom of the 6th. Anna Price will lead off the bottom of the 6th inning for the Pacers, as we're still tied 2-2. And she'll let the first pitch go by for ball 1.
Price is 0 for 2, but reached on an error.
And there's a fly ball into right field. And it's going to be tracked down and caught for the first out.
Now batting number 15, Megan Thrower.
Now stepping the plate is Megan Jean Thrower. Hit a homer in the first game, singled in the last at bat.
And the first pitch to Thrower, missing for ball 1. The 1-0, bit low, and the count now 2-0. And that pitch will miss. Count quickly 3-0.
Pacers looking for their first base runner since Terrapin singled back in the 4th inning.
That pitch right down the middle, 3-1 the count.
At that point, you had to be taking all the way.
And that one will be fouled back, and the count's now full. That's going to be a ground ball into left field for a base hit.
The pitcher, number 11, Chandler Terrapin.
And that's going to bring up Chandler Nicole Terrapin. She singled in her last at bat, homer in her first at bat. Looking for the double and the triple.
First pitch is going to get away, and that's going to send Thrower over to second.
And I'm just impressed that Thrower didn't fall running first base a moment ago or trip over second, which she's done this year.
You are just brutal with these girls.
They know they're my favorite spring team that's pitches underhanded.
That pitch is a swing and a miss by Terrapin for strike 1. Evens the count at 1-1.
Got one away with a runner on. And the wind's blowing out a little bit right to left.
That one is popped up and it's going to stay in the infield. And it will be caught for the second out.
Now batting number 14, Julian Leduc.
And that's going to bring up the transfer newcomer from Florida, Julianne Leduc.
She's going to foul the first pitch off for strike 1. And the 0-1 pitch. Hit towards center field and caught for the third and final out. So Pacers still unable to score any runs as we go into the top of the 7th, 2-2 the score. And welcome to the top of the 7th inning. 2-2 the score, as Hannah Harrison will lead it off for Young Harris. And the first pitch is in there for strike one. A 1 pitch is in the dirt, evens the count at 1-1. One pitch, outside, count 2-1.
Harrison 1 for 1 in the game, has a pair of walks.
2-1 pitch, outside and low, 3-1 the count. That pitch will find the corner of the plate, and the count now full. Slow grounder to third. Chubb with the play. Throw to first is in time. Very close play, but Chubb got it over there in time for the first out.
Now batting number 10, Sarah McGill.
That'll bring up Sarah McGill with 1 down and nobody on. First pitch is in there for strike one. That off-speed pitch has been working for her all day.
I'd go back to the well all day long on it until they can hit it.
Another ground ball to Chubb, makes a quick grab. Throw to first in time for the second out.
That play was not as close as the one previously.
The shortstop number 3, Murphy Davis.
And it was a quick ground ball, quick snag, quick throw. Now Murphy Davis comes up with 2 away and nobody on. That pitch misses high for ball 1. And the 1-0. That one finds the strike zone, evens the count at 1-1. That one will be fouled off. Count now 1-2. And the 1-2 pitch, a little bit low, evens the count at 2-2. That's going to be a base hit into right field. So with 2 out, there'll be a runner on first.
Catcher number 16, Grace Botti.
And now Grace Body will step up with a runner on first and 2 away here in the top of the 7th inning. 2-2 still the score.
Body's reached on a pair of walks today.
And that off-speed pitch missing for ball 1. One of those rare occasions where she doesn't get the strike on the off-speed. Popped up into foul territory and out of play. So I'll even the count at 1-1. Another foul ball, making the count 1-2. One-two pitch in the dirt, evens the count at 2-2. A little snap throw over to first, but nothing more than just show as she's able to make it back in time. Ground ball to Chubb at third. Throw to first is in time for the third and final out. So we're going into the bottom of the 7th inning. Neither team able to break this 2-2 tie, but the Pacers looking to do just that to walk it off. So Andrea Daring will lead off the bottom of the 7th for the Pacers, as we still have a tie game at 2 apiece against Young Harris.
Daring hits one down the left field line, and it's fair. She's going to book it to second base, and she's going to stand in there with a stand-up double.
What did I say in our last inning during in between? Something about a leadoff double, and then maybe, just maybe?
I don't remember anything like that.
Sure you don't.
The shortstop, number 7, Sarah Timmerman.
And we're going to have a pinch runner with Lindy Dorgan, I believe, taking over at second base for Daring.
The pinch runner, number 6, Lindy Dorgan.
Timmerman stepped in, was getting ready to swing, and realized the umpire was not behind the plate. So,
and you can't really start the game, start the at bat till the umpire's ready.
I mean, you could, but it probably wouldn't be official.
Yeah, exactly. And a show of bunt there by Timmerman.
Yes, the Abbeville native told me to say something nice about her between I talked to her between innings or between games, and she said, "Did you say something nice about me the first game?" I said, we talked about what you did. So she's a really nice student athlete.
Shows bunt, lays down the bunt, and the throw to first is in time, so there's a runner on third. The winning run is at third with 1 out, and Sarah Monti coming to the plate.
The center fielder, number 13, Sarah Monti.
And all she needs to do is hit it into the outfield. I think you did say something about a sacrifice bunt.
Sacrifice bunt, yeah, and we'll see what happens if my prediction comes true, as that pitch is in there for strike one.
Well, it's like you have a 50-50 shot of being right. It's kind of like playing the South Carolina Education Lottery. You either win or you don't. But we're going to have a meeting in the circle. And all we do, and thanks again for our sponsors that do everything they do that lets us be able to video stream with the broadcast equipment that we do. Fats Cafe hosts the Coach's Corner there. Dennis Michaelis, as we talked about before, outstanding guy. Bambi Harmon over at Tyler's Tire and Auto Center has done tremendous things. Former softball player, USC Aiken alum, just tremendous person and great people over there. Bronze Body Tanning Salon coming on and being a sponsor this year with the Athlete of the Week. We appreciate everything they've done this year. And it's interesting. Every single Monday, the kids are like, who's the Bronze Body Student Athlete of the Week? I mean, they look forward to that, and they know what it is. But here's the pitch.
Ground ball up the middle, and that'll do it.
And
A walk-off base hit for Monti will put it away for the Pacers as they win 3-2 in the bottom of the 7th inning.
And your final totals and highlights for the Pacers: 3 runs, 6 hits, 1 error, 5 left stranded. For Young Harris, 2 runs, 5 hits, 2 errors, and 9 left on the base path. The winning pitcher was Chandler Terrapin. The losing pitcher, Jeannie Perucci. Leading the way offensively for Young Harris was Jeannie Perucci with 3 hits, 7 hits total for the afternoon. For the Pacers, Chandler Terrapin with a 2-run homer in the second inning, and in the last of the 7th, a game-winning RBI by Sarah Monti. The University of South Carolina at Aiken and the Pacers, thank you for attending this afternoon's doubleheader. Remind you that doubleheader softball action returns here again tomorrow against the North Georgia Nighthawks. First pitch at 1 and 3 p.m. We hope to see you then. Please drive home safely, and good night from USC Aiken.
I want me to play some.
And we will be back tomorrow at about 12:50 for the game against North Georgia. Now she ranked North Georgia coming in the defending national champions. So make sure to join us about 12:50, and we will see you then.